وصل لي 3 بس دورت 19 وصلت رسائل عملت نظارات دورت انا وصلت رسائل دورت رجعت وصلت تشويقات على العجلة 3 ساعات اتكل على الله.
شباب
يلا.
تليفون بده يوقف محل كاميرا فرجيه.
وصل معي لفوق. محطة عبر. خلص. عامل معي محطة.
دي احسن بس ايش شغلت
خي زعتر
حمراء قدام انظر جيب لك اياه
هذا هو حرب الدم صح؟ نعم شوي الله يطول بالك عليك اليوم
فروع مفتوحة
ليه بقى 15 سعودي
كل فروع عندك واحدة بالبسطة كمان يعني حسابه صعب المفروض يمشي بالبيت ما نمشي بالبيت اليوم
لا بعيد عنه
شو على المفرق هون بعيد عن حسن أساسا قبل بشتوها على اليمين قبل المقطع
عنده بالمنطقة
silence their cell phones. If you have a cell phone, if you could silence or turn it off. Check 1, 2. This is the final mic check. Check 1, 2. Audio check. This is the chairman's mic. Please turn off your cell phone or put it in mute. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. This is the chairman's mic. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Audio check 1, 2. We're doing a final mic check for the pool as well as DMA, as well as a cell phone announcement. Please silence all cell phones. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Got about 4 minutes. Audio check 1, 2. We're doing a final mic check. This is the secretary's mic. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Again, please turn off all cell phones or silence them. Thank you.
Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, ich darf Sie sehr herzlich zum Pressestatement des Außenministers hier angesichts der Krisenlage in Nah- und Mittelost begrüßen. Nach den einführenden Worten des Außenministers gibt es die Gelegenheit für ein paar Fragen. Herr Außenminister.
Ja, vielen Dank, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Herzlich willkommen hier zu mittäglicher Stunde im Auswärtigen Amt. Wir befinden uns im Nahen und Mittleren Osten in einer Großkrise, von der auch viele Deutsche betroffen sind. Dort ist seit Samstag Krieg. Ich habe deswegen heute den Krisenstab der Bundesregierung, der seit Samstag täglich tagt, erneut einberufen und selbst geleitet. Mein Amtskollege Boris Pistorius hat selbst auch teilgenommen. Wir verschaffen uns buchstäblich rund um die Uhr als Bundesregierung ein Lagebild, stehen im engen Austausch mit unseren Partnern. Und vor allem wissen wir um die vielen deutschen Staatsangehörigen, unser aller Landsleute, die in der Region betroffen sind. Sie sind eigentlich dort, um erholsame Stunden im Urlaub zu verbringen, und sie finden sich auf einmal in einer unfassbar belastenden, angespannten und, man muss es so klar sagen, schwierigen Situation wieder, von der wir nicht genau wissen, wie es weitergeht. All das ist sehr belastend für die Betroffenen und deren Familien. Das wissen wir, das haben wir als Bundesregierung fest im Blick. Klar ist, die Sicherheit unserer Staatsangehörigen hat für uns erste Priorität. Das bedeutet auch, dass angesichts teils ständigem Beschuss und entsprechender Schließung der Lufträume in den meisten Staaten der Region kein Lufttransport möglich ist. Wir tun alles, was in der jetzigen Situation möglich ist, und wir eruieren weitere Optionen. Rund um die Uhr Unterstützung
2 days ago, under the direction and direct orders of President Donald J. Trump, the Department of War launched Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history. For 47 long years, the expansionist and Islamist regime in Tehran has waged a savage, one-sided war against America. They didn't always declare it openly, except for their constant chants of death to America. They did it through the blood of our people. Car bombs in Beirut, rocket attacks on our ships, murders at our embassies, roadside bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan. Funded and armed by Iranian Quds Force and IRGC killers. My generation of veterans carry the names of brothers who never came home. Brothers butchered by Iranian-backed roadside bombs and well-armed militias, thousands of our own. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah and his death cult. It took the 47th president, a fighter who always puts America first, to finally draw the line after 47 years of Iranian belligerence. He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Many have said it, but it takes guts to actually enforce it, and our president has guts. Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb. It almost worked under Obama and his terrible deal, but not under this president. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war. But the
für die
regime
Menschen in der Region
sure
und vor
did
allem
change.
in Iran,
And the
die
world
ihr Schicksal
is
selbst
better off
bestimmen
for it.
müssen. Dankeschön.
Today, in their desperation, the enemy is unmasked. As Iranian missiles and drones rain down indiscriminately on the hotels, airports, apartments, and other civilian targets of their neighbors. Cowardly terrorist tactics from a regime that for decades has trafficked in cowardly terrorist tactics.
Erst einmal möchte ich sagen, wir leisten von Anfang an jede Unterstützung, die
the Iranian leadership has built nothing
wenn ein Luftraum geschlossen
except
ist,
proxies and missiles and drones and deeply buried nuclear factories and facilities. Peaceful nuclear ambitions do not need to be buried underneath mountains. Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble. Afterward, we told them plainly, that's it, now make a deal. They arrogantly refused. We said, rebuild it, and we'll stop you again, this time far worse. President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they bent over backwards for real diplomacy, offering pathway after pathway to peace. I watched it. I was there. They tried over and over and over again earnest attempts at peace. The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces. Well, President Trump doesn't play those games. And as Secretary Rubio said after the Maduro raid, if you don't know, now you know. President Trump puts America and Americans first. He doesn't hesitate, and neither do our troops. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war, from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies. Speaking of people, we hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces.
Ja, also ich glaube, wir werden jetzt erstmal zu eruieren haben, wie viele vulnerable Personen es dort gibt. Also die habe ich ja gerade eben mal skizziert und die es geht in der Tat dafür.
To the media outlets and political left streaming endless wars. Stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners. As we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects, all on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the President warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell. And always will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured.
Und
the
letztlich das
absolute best
Raketenprogramm, darum
of
geht es
America.
uns. Und das ist im
May we
europäischen
prosecute
und im deutschen
the remainder
Interesse,
of this
dass diese
operation in a manner that
Aktivitäten
honors
aus Iran
them.
nicht fortgeführt werden. Wir
No
haben zu jedem
apologies,
Zeitpunkt den
no
diplomatischen Weg
hesitation.
bevorzugt. Er war
Epic
bisher für
fury
uns erfolglos und
for them
offenkundig auch für die
and the
Amerikaner
thousands of Americans
erfolglos.
before them.
Aber das ist
taken
das,
too
was wir
soon
politisch
by
am
Iranian
Ende
radicals.
unterstützen, was unserer Sicherheit
Before I turn it
nützt.
over to General Kane for the operational update, let me speak straight
Herr
to
Minister,
you,
nochmal eine
the joint
grundsätzliche Frage
force,
zu der Einordnung des
our
Krieges. Der
warriors
Bundeskanzler
on
hat
the front
gestern
lines.
gesagt, völkerrechtliche Einordnungen
This is your moment.
würden jetzt relativ wenig
This is the
bewirken. Heute
generational
Morgen haben Sie
turning
in
point
einem
America has waited
Radiointerview
for since
davon gesprochen, dass sich ja
1979,
sehr
and
wohl
since the
erhebliche
rudderless wars of
völkerrechtliche
hubris
Fragen stellen würden.
my
Wie
generation,
passt das
our
zusammen und
generation,
was ist da jetzt die
endured.
Position der Bundesregierung?
Don't listen to the
Eine
noise.
einheitliche Position ist
Just
doch
stay
klar. Der
focused.
Bundeskanzler
Our commander-in-chief
ja
is
nicht
steady
gesagt, dass es
at
keine
the wheel.
völkerrechtliche Einordnung geben
We face a
wird.
determined
Natürlich kann
enemy,
es die
but
geben.
you
Natürlich
are
wird es die
better.
geben. Und
But
die
we must prove it every
Abteilungsleiterin in
single
meinem
day.
Haus
History
ist die
doesn't care
Völkerrechtsberaterin der
if we're tired,
Bundesregierung.
if we're
Also
scared,
mein
or
Ressort
if
ist
the
dafür
fight feels
zuständig, auch
big. It
völkerrechtliche
demands
Urteilungen
warriors who
abzugeben.
rise
Wir haben
anyway.
nur beide gesagt, und das möchte ich
through
ganz klar
strength,
unterstützen, dass in dieser
the warrior
Situation eine
ethos,
politische
lethality,
Gesamtbeurteilung für
unity
uns
of purpose,
entscheidend
those are not
ist, wie wir uns
slogans.
zu dieser
They're the
kriegerischen
beating heart
Auseinandersetzung stellen. Und die habe ich
of what
gerade
it
noch
means
einmal
to wear
wiederholt.
the
Es geht
uniform,
um
that
die
uniform.
europäische, es geht um die
You
deutsche
think
Sicherheit.
clearly
Es
under
sind
fire, you
erhebliche
act
Gesichtspunkte,
decisively in
die
chaos,
die
you
Bundesregierung
uphold the
einzustellen
Constitution,
hat. Und
and you
dass
uphold
die
our
in dieser
country without
akuten
hesitation.
Situation einen Vorrang haben,
We are not defenders
wie der
anymore.
Bundeskanzler es formuliert
We
hat,
are warriors.
vor auch einer
Trained to
völkerrechtlichen
kill the enemy
Urteilung.
and
Ich
break
finde,
their
das ist
will.
nachvollziehbar.
History is watching.
Außerdem müssen wir
Be the
die
force
Argumente,
you swore an
die
oath to
die
be,
USA
focused,
auch im Sicherheitsrat der
disciplined,
Vereinten Nationen
lethal,
vorgebracht
and
haben, zur
unbreakable.
völkerrechtlichen Rechtfertigung
We will
prüfen und
finish
mit ihnen
this
auch diskutieren.
on
Das
America
werden wir
First
machen. Wir weichen
conditions
dieser Frage nicht
of
aus. Nur
President
ich sage
Trump's
eben
choosing.
auch, politisch in
Nobody
dieser
else's.
Situation ist die Bundesregierung der
And know this
Auffassung,
above all, President
dass
Trump
es wichtig
and I
ist,
have
dass der
your
Iran
back.
jetzt versteht,
Always.
dass dieses
Through
Verhalten,
fire,
was nicht
through
nur in der Region,
criticism,
sondern auch für
through
Europa eine
fake news,
erhebliche
through everything.
Gefährdung
We
bedeutet,
unleash you because
dass
you
das
are the
eingestellt
best,
wird. Und im
most
Übrigen darf ich
powerful,
daran erinnern,
most
dass wir noch
lethal
vor wenigen
fighting
Wochen
force the
alle
world has
beklagt
ever
haben,
seen.
dass Abertausende von
May
Iranerinnen
Almighty
und
God
Iranern
watch over you.
geschlagen,
And his
gefoltert,
providential
erschossen,
arms of
verletzt worden
protection
sind. Also
extend
dieses Regime
over
hat sehr viel Blut an den
Godspeed,
Händen.
warriors.
Und dass dieses
General King,
Verhalten,
over to you.
dass man diesem
Thank you, Mr.
Verhalten mit
Secretary,
Deutlichkeit
and good morning,
entgegentritt und,
everyone. The purpose of
politisch
my
hier auch in
portion
der
of the briefing
Botschaft klar
today
ist.
is to
Ich
update
glaube,
you
das ist das,
and the
was
American
in dieser
people on the
Situation im
actions
Vordergrund
taken
steht.
thus far. The briefing will
Dankeschön.
discuss the preparation, the planning, setting the force, the early operations, and how we're assessing the progress thus far. So let's get started. On Saturday, 28 February, at 01:15 Eastern Standard Time, 9:45 a.m. local Tehran time, on the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command, under the command of United States Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, commenced Operation Epic Fury. As I said, I'm going to walk you through the initial phases of the operation, but first, I want to express my deep condolences and the condolences of the Joint Force to the Department of War personnel killed and wounded in actions thus far. As the Secretary said, they're heroes and represent the best of our nation has to offer. They're true examples of what selfless service means. Our deepest and heartfelt condolences are with their families, their friends, and their units. We grieve with you, and we will never forget you. Additionally, I stand here before you today grateful for each service member, planner, logistician, operator across our joint force, for our Department of War civilians, our intelligence community teammates, our interagency teammates who continue to stand in harm's way alongside us. I am proud of all of you as you take the fight to the enemy, and we are the best in the world at integrating, period. I want to extend my personal gratitude to the dedicated commanders and senior enlisted leaders and the enlisted members of the Joint Force who are fighting this fight across the CENTCOM AOR. In addition to Admiral Cooper and Fleet Master Chief Compton, I want to highlight a few today. U.S. Army Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Pat Frank, who, along with his team, are fighting the counter-missile and counter-drone fight. United States Navy Central Command Commander Vice Admiral Kurt Renshaw and his team, who are engaged with the Iranian Navy and projecting American naval combat power from the seas. And United States Air Force Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Derek France and his leadership team, who are crushing Iranian targets from the air. I want to highlight the support to the CENTCOM fight from other combatant commands who are directly involved with this effort, to include U.S. Spacecom, U.S. Cybercom, and U.S. EUCOM. I also want to specifically call out United States Transportation Command and U.S. STRATCOM for their contributions to this fight. We cannot project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing without both. And finally, I want to express how deeply thankful I am for the continued service and sacrifice of the entire Joint Force and their families. Their unwavering commitment and dedication are the cornerstones of this effort. So let me start with a few details. First, to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations. So let me talk about the preparation and the planning. On February 28th, the full strength of America's armed forces came together in a unified purpose against a capable and determined adversary. The United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and our reserve components integrated across our combatant commands and began coordinated operations with the Israeli armed forces of an unprecedented scale. As the Secretary laid out, our military objectives are clear. Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves, and together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders, and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set. From precision strikes against key military infrastructure to persistent intelligence and targeting integration to the close coordination of the components across vast distances, this operation again demonstrated America's reach, readiness, and professionalism, and that of our joint united force. It was historic not only in the operational scope, but in the level of joint integration displayed across every element of the joint force. And as I said earlier, this work is just beginning and will continue. So now to talk a little bit about setting the force and setting the theater. On the order of the Secretary of War over the last 30 days to reinforce deterrence and provide the President with credible options should action be required, the Joint Force began to systematically reposition assets and personnel across the region. These movements ensured that U.S. forces remained postured, protected, and ready to respond decisively for any emerging threat. This deployment included thousands of service members from all branches, hundreds of advanced fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens of refueling tankers, the Lincoln and Ford Carrier Strike Group and their embarked air wings, sustained flow of munitions, fuel, supplies, all supported with command and control, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network. And the flow of forces continues today. In fact, Admiral Cooper will receive additional forces even today. This rapid buildup of forces demonstrated the Joint Forces' ability to adapt and project power at the time and place of our nation's choosing. I want to highlight a couple specific cases for you. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which many of you know was down in the Western Hemisphere, redeployed across the Atlantic to set the theater. The ship, her crew, their families, and the entire strike group took a deep breath, and as they always do, began planning to conduct combat operations. The integrated Reserve and National Guard forces have continued to demonstrate the value of America's reserve forces, including the Wisconsin Army National Guard operating in Kuwait and Iraq, and Air National Guard units from a variety of states to include Vermont and Virginia. In the case of the Vermont Air National Guard and the 158th Fighter Wing, they were mobilized for Operation Absolute Resolve and then were tasked to take their F-35As across the Atlantic instead of going home to be prepared to support this operation. The same is with our Air National Guard and Air Force Reserve Command tanker and mobility forces, who stepped right out of their civilian jobs to deploy and to protect the region. Lastly, I want to highlight the unsung heroes of warfare, our American logisticians and sustainment force, those who quietly work every day behind the scenes to project and sustain America's combat power. Our leaders from World War II were right when they said professionals do logistics. As regional tensions rose, the Joint Force elevated our force protection measures on the order of the Secretary and repositioned discreetly civilians and non-essential personnel designed to ensure the safety and security of our joint force. By the time operations began, only essential forces remained on our bases and in theater, all ready, capable to respond. So now let me move to H hour. At 3:38 p.m. on Friday, February 27th, the United States Central Command, through the Secretary of War, received the final go order from President Trump. The president directed, and I quote, "Operation Epic Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck," close quote. In the region, every element of the joint force made their final preparations. Air defense batteries readied themselves, checking their systems to respond to Iranian attacks. Pilots and crews rehearsed their strike packages for the final time. Air crews began loading their final weapons, and 2 carrier strike groups began to move towards their launching points. Across the globe, our operations centers came alive in Tampa, Florida, here at the Pentagon, and of course forward in the Central Command AOR. As always, operational security was paramount as we sought to maintain and sustain the element of surprise. This operation was highly classified so that at H hour, the enemy would see one thing: speed, surprise, and violence of action. The first movers were U.S. Cybercom and U.S. Spacecom, layering non-kinetic effects, disrupting and degrading and blinding Iran's ability to see, communicate, and respond. At H hour, the beginning of major combat operations, 01:15 local Eastern Daylight Time, 9:45 local AM Tehran time, as dawn crept up across the Central Command AOR, the skies surged to life. More than 100 aircraft launched from land, sea, fighters, tankers, airborne early warning, electronic attack, bombers from the states, and unmanned platforms, forming a single synchronized wave. This was a daylight strike based on a trigger event conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces, enabled by the U.S. intelligence community. The first shooters at sea were Tomahawks unleashed by the United States Navy, closed in on Iranian naval forces, and began to conduct strikes across the southern flank in Iran. On the ground, forces fired precision standoff weapons, measured, deliberate, precise, and lethal. This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. We are now roughly 57 hours into the operation. In the initial phase, CENTCOM's focus was systematic targeting of Iranians' command and control infrastructure, naval forces, ballistic missile sites, and intelligence infrastructure designed to daze and confuse them. Coordinated space and cyber operations effectively disrupted communications and sensor networks across the area of responsibility, leaving the adversary without the ability to see, coordinate, or respond effectively. The combined impact of these strikes, swift, precise, and overwhelming, has resulted in the establishment of local air superiority. This air superiority will not only enhance the protection of our forces, but also allow them to continue the work over Iran. Over the course of the last 2 days, the Joint Force has launched hundreds of missions from land and sea and delivered tens of thousands of pieces of ordnance. The effort continues to scale. This included American B-2 bombers, which again, similar to Midnight Hammer, flew a 37-hour round-trip sortie from the continental United States, dropping precision, penetrating munitions on Iranian underground facilities across the southern flank and slightly deeper. Additionally, Israel has separately executed hundreds of sorties against hundreds of targets. Beyond Air Force and Navy aircraft strike packages, coordinated salvos of precision standoff weapons from across the region have neutralized hundreds of pre-planned targets. As I mentioned earlier, in support of these kinetic operations, U.S. Cybercom and Spacecom have continuously layered effects to disrupt, disorient, and confuse the enemy. I will note that this operation had several combat firsts, which I'll allow at some point in the future Admiral Cooper to talk about since he owns the AOR. While we've prosecuted a relentless offensive campaign, our defense has been equally important. Across the theater, operations have remained steady and disciplined. Once again, our integrated air and missile defense network is performing exactly as it's intended. U.S. Patriot and THAAD batteries, along with ballistic missile defense-capable Navy destroyers, continue to coordinate and execute intercepts with precision and consistency. I wish that every American could hear the voice communications like I have as these joint operations centers remain calm, focused, and cool while executing under fire over and over again. Collectively, these systems have intercepted hundreds of ballistic missiles targeting U.S. forces, our partners, and regional stability. The threat from one-way attack UAVs has remained persistent. Our systems have proven effective in countering these platforms, engaging targets rapidly. Each intercept represents hundreds of hours of training, readiness, and technology all coming together to work as designed. We will remain vigilant in the counter-UAV fight. And the defense of the region is not ours alone. As the threat grew, our partners surged in beside us. Air defense batteries in Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia joined the fight, proof positive that years of training, trust, and hard-earned integration pay off. I am aware of the loss of 3 U.S. Air Force F-15Es overnight in the region. I am grateful for the safety of the crews, and we know that this was not from hostile enemy fire. As this matter's under investigation, I'll not comment further on this. Let me close. Operations will remain active across the theater and across the globe. The U.S. forces are postured not only to maintain pressure, but to respond and adapt as required. Operation Epic Fury stands as a reminder of what the United States military uniquely delivers: the ability to project power on a global scale with speed, surprise, precision, and overwhelming force when and where our nation requires it. What we've demonstrated over the past several days reflects years of investment in readiness, joint integration, and professionalism of the Joint Force. As major combat operations continue across CENTCOM, we remain engaged globally. America's Joint Force retains the credibility, capacity, and flexibility to respond to any contingency anywhere in the world at any time. To those who would test our resolve or threaten the United States, our allies, or our interests, understand clearly we can reach you, we can sustain the fight, and we can scale the fight, and we will prevail. To the American people, your Joint Force remains steady, frosty, calm, and focused. Your service members are trained, disciplined, and determined. We understand the risks of this mission and the weight of the responsibility that we carry. We also recognize that our families also shoulder the burden at home. You are a part of this too. I am proud today, as I am every day, to stand as a member of America's joint force. There is no mission too complex, no distance too great, and no adversary too determined for the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. We mourn our fallen, we honor their families, and we continue our mission with focus, unity, and strength. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. What percentage of Iranian long-strike capabilities are still in the fight, and what is our exit strategy here, and when will it be deployed?
Well, they have long-range strike capabilities, which we are hyper-focused on. The brief we got just this morning, Admiral Cooper knows exactly and precisely what kind of threat matrix he's looking at, the way they might change their techniques and how we adapt to that. So we're making sure the theater commander has absolutely everything he needs. I mean, one of the things the chairman mentioned is for months and months, even before we built up, we ensured that we had maximum defensive capabilities in theater to allow the president the decision space in the future. So even before this buildup in the last 30 days, we discreetly brought defensive assets in to make sure, understanding that there are Iranian capabilities. As far as time frame, I would never hang a time frame from our perspective. The commander-in-chief sets the op tempo and terms of this fight. As I said, it's on his terms. And we'll make sure that Admiral Cooper and his team have everything they need, not just to defend. I mean, the best defense is good offense. And so we're aggressively pushing into that airspace over that southern flank to ensure that we control it and we destroy anything that moves that would attempt to shoot us. Think of it as shooting the archer instead of the arrows. That's where we want to be. And we have the kind of exquisite intelligence to get over the top, find that and destroy it. It won't happen overnight. This is a big battle space with a lot of capabilities. That's part of the reason why it's such a threat to us. That's why I talk about conventional umbrella to blackmail nuclear ambitions. They were building up this conventional arsenal in order to ensure that no one would ever block them from their ability to get nuclear weapons. So we're very clear-eyed about the nature of this Iranian threat, and we're going to get after it. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question. The only thing I'll add is that unlike an operation, a single operation like Midnight Hammer or Absolute Resolve, it'll take some time for us to conduct battle damage assessment, and the targeting cycle that CENTCOM will run will take those things into effect. Admiral Cooper will adjust his plan and fires accordingly to ensure that we're attriting that. He's focused on long-range strike capability coming out of the enemy, and that's a key and essential part of it.
Of the capabilities that still exist from the enemy front?
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say we're still doing BDA. Normally we'd be able to see a singular thing and we'd assess pretty quickly. He's doing offense and assessment simultaneously, so it'll take longer for us to assess than it would in a single operation.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. 2 questions for you. The president said yesterday in his video message that we will leave Iran when we complete all of our objectives. What are our objectives, and can you share more information on how the soldiers who were killed were killed?
Well, I laid out the objectives, as did the chairman. They're completely nested. I mean, Iran has an ability to project power against us and our allies in ways that we can't tolerate. So whether that's ballistic missiles and drones, so offensive capabilities, effectively their Navy, which would attempt to set other terms and impose different costs, drone capabilities, which we laid out there. And ultimately, though, this tying it back to Midnight Hammer, the president has been willing to make a deal. You can't have a nuclear bomb. Radical Islamists can't have a nuclear bomb that they wield against the world. He gave them every single opportunity. Then we precisely took it away. And even then, after that, they didn't have that. They didn't come to the table with a willingness to give it away. So ultimately, those nuclear ambitions, which never ceased, are something that had to be addressed as well. So that's a discrete sense of what's being addressed here to ensure that they can't use that conventional umbrella to continue a pursuit of nuclear ambitions. And then as it pertains to the U.S. casualties, that particular incident was, you have air defenses and the lot's coming in and you hit most of it, and we absolutely do. We have incredible air defenders. Every once in a while you might have one, unfortunately we call it a squirter that makes its way through, and in that particular case, it happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons. So we certainly will do, as I said, moments like that as we remember them and we take care of them and take care of their families only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we do this properly.
Thank you.
Yep. Right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had two questions for you. First, are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years. We've proven that you can achieve objectives that advance American interests without being foolish about it. Now, will we be bold about it? Are we willing to be decisive about it? Do we put months and months of planning into what kind of effects we want to achieve? Absolutely. But going forward, why in the world would we tell you, the enemy, anybody, what we will or will not do in pursuit of an objective? We fight to win. We fight to achieve the objectives the President of the United States has laid out, and we will do so unapologetically. Thank you.
Is there any significance to Israel carrying out the strike to kill the Ayatollah? And I wanted to know, what was your immediate reaction to finding out about his killing?
I think Israel did a great job in the conduct of that operation.
President Trump put a 4-week timeline
right
on
here.
it. Are you
Please.
saying that's wrong?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned during the briefing, General Kane, that there would be additional troops sent to the region. Could you say how many troops currently are involved in this operation and how many additional troops are planned to go in this next phase?
I don't want to talk specifics because that would tip the enemy off. We have more tactical aviation flowing into theater just based on the time it took to get it out there. I think we're just about where we want to be in terms of total combat capacity and total combat power for Admiral Cooper. One of the things, though, that a commander, he'll consistently assess the trajectory of the campaign. Is he on or off trajectory? And then make an ask of the joint force, which will then develop options for consideration by the Secretary and the President to either increase or in some cases decrease the amount of combat capability that we have over there.
I heard the question about 4 weeks. It's the typical NBC sort of gotcha type question. President Trump has all the latitude in the world to talk about how long it may or may not take. 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. It could move up. It could move back. We're going to execute at his command the objectives we've set out to achieve. And what he has shown an ability to do that other presidents can't quite seem to have the aperture to do, well, I mean, Joe Biden didn't even know what he was doing, is to look for opportunities and off-ramps and escalations for the United States that creates new opportunities to execute what we need on our own timeline. So you can play games about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. He has all the latitude, and I'm glad he does, because there's no better communicator than our president expressing those things.
Daily Mail.
I've been in meetings with the president for the last 2.5 days. We know exactly where his headspace is, and he will communicate as he should exactly what he would like, and we will follow those orders. And I think everything he said on that is right down the middle.
Chairman, did you
Absolutely.
have
Yes, right there. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I left my hometown of Sakis in Iranian Kurdistan in 1996. Can you promise that I will be able to return home safely this year? And I have a following question too, please.
Well, I appreciate the question. I'm not here to place guarantees on that, but I think the message the president has given has been clear to the people of Iran. This is your moment. The world was seized by these crowds and then seized by the reality of this regime killing tens of thousands of innocent protesters. So we saw the nature of the regime yet again exposed. We saw many of the Iranian people seek a change there. This is their moment to take advantage of it, for sure.
You served in Iraq and know that no American soldiers were killed in Kurdistan. The Kurdish people are very pro-American. Will you continue protect Kurdistan and Peshmerga as loyal ally of the United States. Why I'm asking this question? Because now Kurdistan is under attack by Iranian drones and by proxies in Iraq and on the region.
I think I can speak to allies generally in the region who we've been in constant communication with. We've been standing shoulder to shoulder with them, and we appreciate their capabilities. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Hi, thank you. Cameron Arkin with the Daily Wire. My question is about some of the domestic threats, if any, regarding this right now. Have there been any concerns about Iranian sleeper cells, and kind of what has the Trump administration been doing to kind of monitor these
All
threats?
across the interagency, in full coordination. Of course, we're paying attention to any potentialities there. This is a former regime, that seeks to export that ideology and try to sow terror. We're ready for that. We've seen these types of folks before, and the American people can rest assured that we're vigilant on that.
Right here. Secretary, thank you. Kind of a follow-up on that last question. There was just this, what appears to be a terrorist attack in Austin yesterday. How does that change the operation at all? What effect does that have? And
it doesn't change the operation at all, and I know the authorities are executing exactly the way they should.
Secretary Higseth, and one for Chairman Kane as well. I understand, to your point here, that you don't want to broadcast everything for our adversaries to hear, but the American people also want to know what they're sending their men and women to war for. Is there a concern of this spiraling into a longer war? And then one for the chairman when you're done.
Did you not hear my remarks? I mean, we're ensuring the mission gets accomplished, but we are very clear-eyed, as the president has been, unlike other presidents, about the foolish policies of the past that recklessly pulled us in to things that were not tethered to actual clear objectives. So we know, we have plans, we have generals, we have chairmen, we have commanders, CENTCOM commanders, Admiral Cooper, who's executing very deliberately to ensure outcomes that I laid out are accomplished. But we would never, in front of a press pool, lay out how long that may take. The mission for our warfighters, which is what matters to us, is very, very clear. And they're executing it right now, violently.
And just for the chairman, quickly, I have one for the chairman. You said this is not a one-night operation. It will take time to achieve the goals. What would be the goal line here for you?
I think the Secretary laid out the military objectives, and that's what we execute against, is the military objectives.
Last one right here.
Thank you, sir. As you've said, there are a large amount of U.S. service members that are in harm's way right now. What is your prayer for them?
First of all, my prayer for them is that I do pray for them. My wife prays for them. Our family prays for them. Our cabinet prays for them. None of this is done on a whim. Having been in their boots, having been in their shoes, having been in their flight suits, I know we think about them with every decision that we make and every recommendation that we make to the President of the United States. Those recommendations are made prayerfully. And when I pray every day for them and for this mission, I pray simply for the biblical wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. It's going to take courage to follow through on this. There's going to be a lot of noise, and we pray for that, and we hope all of you do as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Going to strike first.
Sites in Iran, sir.
να ξαναγίνει κάτι. Όλες οι παραπλήσεις şimdi ενδιάμεση ώρα. Όχι, γιατί την νύχτα είναι διάκριτα, ενώ την ώρα του γίνεται νύχτα μέρα δεν είναι διάκριτα.
Ένα μεταγωγικό αεροπλάνο θα σου έχω κάνει. Και έχω κάνει λίγα πλάνα εδώ απ' έξω. Εντάξει, απλά γενικά να ξέρεις. Ναι, ρε, σκόβουνε με τους. Σκόβουνε οι άλλοι. Εντάξει, έγινε. Εντάξει. Ναι, για το live, για το live. Ναι, όλοι μαζί, εδώ. Τα λέμε. Έλα, γεια. Τώρα ήρθε, τώρα ήρθε. Οκ. Πήγαμε το τέλος. Πήγαμε το τέλος. Όλα τα ιστορία το τέλος. Απλά δεν έχουμε αν πάω εκεί, μόνο αν έρθουν αεροπλάνα. Αυτό πρέπει να μας
İtalya bölgesindeki yangından bahsetmiştik. Ama bu gün içerisinde biz bile yolda gelirken muhtemelen 2000 ama burada yaklaşık bir kilometre daha devam ediyor.
Excuse me.
To explain to them that it's not going to happen. If I go on high ground, they're going to shoot me. I saw the one that's driving in. What's that? It's like a carrier. Yes.
la gráfica explicada.
Είναι απλά για να έχεις μόνο για τον άλλο αυτό. Και να κάτσω, θα το βάλω μετά, θα πω κάτι. Θα το βάλω στο πλεκύματα.
Από το αναπτήρα.
Στις 2 ώρες και θα τα ξανά έχω πάλι γεμάτα.
Έχει αναπτήρα αυτό είναι, σίγουρος. Γιατί τα καινούργια δεν έχουν.
Εδώ που τρως.
Τρώγαμε.
Να πάτε να πάτε.
Κλείσανε. Είχε ρομπέτ και φαγητό. Και απέναντι τέλος μας κλείσανε όλα δύο έξω. Τώρα εγώ πήγα σε ένα σούπερ μάρκετ κλειστό και βρήκα τον διευθυντή και μου άνοιξε και έφερα τα παιδιά κρουασάδια, σε αυτά που έφερα. Γιατί δεν είχε...
Λέει δεν μπορώ.
Δεν πεινάτε. Δεν έχω παιδιά. Α. Άντρε.
Εντάξει, έφαγα το κρασανάκι.
Ούτε εγώ. Δεν ακούτε εγώ. Κάτσε.
κάτω, να δω τι παίζει και θα κάνουμε. Θα στείλω WhatsApp. Or are you actually...
Yeah, we come without the stuff.
Midnight, and then they let us know like a quarter to 4. Yeah, until somebody gets wind and lets us know. Yeah. Fuck, nuts. But I heard initially when I was listening to the radio around 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. She said that by the time I was here, 7, yeah, it was free. They did a park over here.
Yeah.
They're just checking. Μαρίνο. Πόβορε, ήρθαν κανέ, άρπαξαν και ξεκίνησαν να φεύγουν να και στο διευκαφορέγα μου πώς είχα σε μια δουλειά μου και να βρέχει να γιοχτεί. Άλλο να δω. Πριν είναι πάλι να με βάλω. Αλλά πως έκανε ρουμποδάρε. Ποιο ωραίο.
The dog in the morning. That one. Help before, yeah. No, I saw.
Έχεις ότι πάρα πολλούς καλαμαράδες. Δεν τους αξίζει ως πρίνος βοηθής. Λόγους ανθρώπου. Δεν τους αξίζει ως πρίνος βοηθής. Στην Ελλάδα τα μίδια, καταλαβαίνετε.
Για μένα δεν λες.
Απίστευτο ρε φίλε, απίστευτο. Στο Μεγαλάδο, στον Ευαγγελάτο, ξεκινήσαμε από τη θεράπηση, πήγαμε 4 και 4, φτάνουμε στον δρόμο παρατέταρτο, βγαίνουμε, περιμένετε. Και είχαν και απέτηση που θα στήσω το iPad να τους βλέπω. Και εντάξει, εξυπηρέτηση καθαρά, σου ψάχνω την ημέρα. Και μιλάω ο Ευαγγελάτος, λέει μαλακίες τα δικά του. Τα δικά του, μου λέγε το διόρθωσα και φαίνεται δεν του άρεσε. Λέει ο Ευαγγελάτος, ναι, αλλά είναι αυτό το 14.
Μάλιστα, μπορεί να μας διώξουν και εκτός από αυτό. Αν πας εκεί πέρα, θα είναι πολύ περίεργος.
Δεν είπαν για δεύτερο. Μόνο δημοσιογραφικές πληροφορίες άκουσα ότι ανακοινώθηκε και δεύτερο σκηνικό. Δεν στο Λονδίνο είναι εντελώς άχρηστη. Τους απαγορεύσαν. Για το ναρκωτικά. Και βοήθησαν μας όταν ανάγκη καημένοι ως τσάμε, για αυτούς. Οι άλλοι μπορεί να τους έχουν, γιατί δεν τους εξοδευτούν να μας κάνουν. Πίνε λίγο μωρέ, εντάξει. Πίνε. Μείνε.
Oh, okay, I totally get it. I would be super cranky with the fact that you're even smiling when I arrive. These Greek ships that are coming and things. Apparently they're on the way. Two ships and you're Greek. Your government isn't coming to
Δύο φρεγάτες και δύο F-16 και πάνω. Τον Κίμον, μια άλλη. Κίμον και το άλλο. Και δύο F-16. Σαρά. Yeah. The F-16 and a couple of like the super modern frigates.
where are they going to go? Some point there were two U.S. destroyers there.
Οι Αμερικάνοι.
λόγω του τέτοιου. Λόγω του εδώ. Είναι ακουστακή. Ράνι, είσαι καλά. Γιατί μου φαίνεται ότι στόχος είπα, σου έφυγε η βίδα. Το αυτοκίνητο. Πώς ένα μήνα μου χωρίς αυτοκίνητο.
Start talking about this immediately. Forget the...
et des exercices conjoints. Dès à présent, d'autres pays ont... Monsieur le Premier ministre, Mesdames et Monsieur le Ministre, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos grades et qualités, c'est avec gravité que je me tiens aujourd'hui devant vous, au cœur de l'île Longue, cette cathédrale de notre souveraineté, symbole de l'engagement constant de notre pays pour la dissuasion nucléaire depuis maintenant plus de 65 ans. Dans quelques jours, le sous-marin nucléaire lanceur d'engins, le Téméraire, qui vous fait face, prendra la mer. Il disparaîtra dans une discrétion absolue et jouera pleinement depuis les profondeurs son rôle de gardien ultime de notre liberté d'action, de notre indépendance. Tout cela, nous le devons à l'engagement continu de mes prédécesseurs, de nos armées, depuis le premier essai nucléaire français en 1960, la première alerte opérationnelle des forces aériennes stratégiques en 1964, la première pierre posée ici même, à l'île Longue, en 1965, et encore la première patrouille du SNLE le Redoutable en janvier 1972. Nous le devons aussi au savoir-faire de nos centres de recherche, de nos industriels, au professionnalisme et au dévouement des militaires et des civils qui servent, où qu'ils se trouvent, dans un atelier secret au fond des mers dans le ciel notre dissuasion nucléaire. J'en suis reconnaissant à chacun. Pour la dissuasion, notre nation a consenti un effort financier, scientifique et technologique constant, à tous égards exceptionnel et sans égal sur le continent. Déjà 3 générations de femmes et d'hommes se sont succédé pour œuvrer à l'édification, à la consolidation, à l'optimisation de ce qui constitue la pierre angulaire de notre stratégie de défense. À l'heure où vacillent les certitudes, où les adversaires s'enhardissent, où les alliances faceillent, la dissuasion est et doit demeurer un intangible français. En tant que président de la République, élu au suffrage universel direct, j'en suis le garant. Et je suis venu ici vous redire avec la plus grande force l'attachement de la nation, mon attachement, à la poursuite de cette mission fondamentale. Notre dissuasion est robuste et efficace. Tous ceux qui auraient l'audace de vouloir s'en prendre à la France savent le prix insoutenable qu'il y aurait pour eux à payer. Mais intangible ne veut pas dire inerte. En février 2020, il y a 6 ans déjà, fidèle à la tradition républicaine, j'avais exposé les fondements de notre doctrine nucléaire et de sa place dans le monde. Depuis lors, les choses ont changé. Les 6 années écoulées, pour la France et pour l'Europe, pèsent comme des décennies et les derniers mois comme des années. Nos concurrents ont évolué, nos partenaires aussi. Le monde se durcit et les dernières heures l'ont encore démontré. C'est donc avec beaucoup de gravité que je viens aujourd'hui annoncer à la nation une évolution à la hauteur de nos défis nationaux et européens. Nous devons renforcer notre dissuasion nucléaire face à la combinaison des menaces et nous devons penser notre stratégie de dissuasion dans la profondeur du continent européen, dans le plein respect de notre souveraineté, avec la mise en place progressive de ce que j'appellerais une dissuasion avancée. Oui, nous vivons actuellement au plan géopolitique une période de rupture, pleine de risques, et nos compatriotes en ont pleinement conscience. Cette période justifie un durcissement de notre modèle. La Russie mène à l'Ukraine voisine une guerre lente et cruelle qui constitue, comme l'a identifié notre revue nationale stratégique, un risque majeur pour notre Europe. Cette même Russie assume un révisionnisme, un impérialisme brutal et, déjà forte d'un arsenal nucléaire pléthorique, ne cesse de développer de nouvelles armes. Des missiles nucléaires hypersoniques, d'autres à propulsion nucléaire censés voler sans limite, des torpilles nucléaires et même un projet particulièrement dangereux pour l'humanité d'armes nucléaires envoyées dans l'espace. La Chine, de son côté, s'est engagée dans un rattrapage à marche forcée des États-Unis. Elle fabrique plus d'armes aujourd'hui que n'importe quel autre pays. Elle a exposé encore récemment les derniers perfectionnements de sa triade. Nul ne sait quelles seraient les ramifications, directes ou indirectes, nucléaires ou non, d'un conflit qui éclaterait en Extrême-Orient ou ailleurs. Elle ne saurait en tout état de cause être sans conséquences pour nous. La Chine, comme la Russie, développe des systèmes de plus en plus sophistiqués de protection de leur territoire. Une logique qu'épousent d'ailleurs les Américains aussi, avec leur projet de Golden Dome. En Asie, les arsenaux ou les forces stratégiques d'autres États possesseurs, comme l'Inde, le Pakistan et la Corée du Nord, sont en pleine expansion. Par ailleurs, nous ne pouvons plus considérer les menaces de manière isolée. car de nouveaux liens sont apparus entre elles. Quel est le prix du soutien massif de la Corée du Nord à la guerre d'agression que mène la Russie? Quelles sont les ramifications du traité d'alliance entre les deux pays? Que dire de la dépendance extrême dans laquelle la Russie s'est placée vis-à-vis de la Chine? De tout cela, nous devons tenir compte. À cela s'ajoute la guerre en cours au Proche et Moyen-Orient, qui porte et portera son lot d'instabilité et d'embrasement possible à nos frontières, avec un Iran aux capacités nucléaires et balistiques non encore détruites. Sur cela, je reviendrai dans les prochains jours. Quant à nos alliés américains, qui eux-mêmes modernisent leur arsenal, ils jouent depuis 1945 et continueront de jouer un rôle clé dans la défense de l'Europe. Nous leur en savons gré. Et au plan de la dissuasion, ils participent directement à notre protection avec la mission nucléaire de l'OTAN. Mais leur récente stratégie nationale de sécurité et de défense manifeste un réagencement des priorités américaines et une incitation forte à ce que l'Europe s'occupe plus directement de sa propre sécurité. Il nous faut entendre cette invitation à prendre davantage en main notre destin. Et comme vous le savez, je ne dis pas autre chose depuis le premier jour de mon premier mandat. Il y a par ailleurs une autre caractéristique de la période que nous vivons. Dans l'atmosphère d'anomie actuelle, nous assistons à la fois à un renforcement du risque que les conflits franchissent le seuil nucléaire, mais aussi dans le même temps à une intensification de la conflictualité sous ce seuil. Et cela a des implications très directes pour nous. Le risque de franchissement est plus grand, d'abord parce que les conflits impliquant des puissances dotées, des États possesseurs ou proliférants s'accroissent. N'a-t-on pas vu tout récemment des explosions de violence impliquant l'Inde, le Pakistan, l'Iran, Israël? N'a-t-on pas vu aussi des comportements irresponsables, de la Russie en particulier, avec une modification de sa doctrine cousu main pour menacer l'Ukraine, une banalisation du discours sur l'arme, des officiels qui agitent des menaces inconsidérées, des tirs de missiles du haut, comme l'Orechnik, à proximité des frontières européennes? Tout cela est un changement majeur qui rend plus tangible le risque de franchissement. Dans le même temps, les puissances nucléaires comme la France doivent aussi s'accoutumer à la possibilité de conflits majeurs sous le seuil nucléaire dans leur environnement immédiat. N'a-t-on pas vu ces derniers mois des salves de missiles tomber sur des puissances dotées ou des États possesseurs? L'Europe pourrait un jour se trouver dans une position similaire. Pour gérer ce genre de situation avant qu'elle ne franchisse le seuil nucléaire, il faut des capacités spécifiques. L'alerte avancée pour détecter les menaces, la défense aérienne élargie pour s'en prémunir, la frappe dans la profondeur pour contrer et agir au plan offensif. C'est tout cela qu'on appelle l'épaulement. Pour être forts dans notre dissuasion nucléaire, nous devons être forts dans nos capacités conventionnelles dans toutes leurs dimensions. C'est bien sur ces deux piliers que se fonde notre défense, et j'en ai souligné l'importance dès 2020. Mais les dernières années ont bien montré le manque criant de capacités d'épaulement en Europe. Et cette situation n'est pas tenable. Et vous verrez qu'elle occupe une place importante dans mon raisonnement. Tout cela montre en tout cas que les menaces nucléaires s'accroissent, se diversifient, qu'elles sont davantage connectées entre elles, qu'elles risquent d'être précédées d'épisodes de conflits intenses sous le seuil et que les défenses de nos adversaires potentiels se renforcent. Nous devons donc en tirer les leçons. Car en effet, dans ce monde dangereux et instable, comme vous m'avez déjà entendu le dire à plusieurs reprises, pour être libre, il faut être craint. J'en ai la conviction. Notre pays détient cette arme hors du commun qu'est l'arme nucléaire et il en fait le socle de sa sécurité. La chaîne de commandement est d'une clarté totale et la décision ultime revient au seul président de la République. Et devant la nation, dans ces temps d'incertitude, je le redis aujourd'hui avec force. En ma qualité de président de la République, je n'hésiterai jamais à prendre les décisions qui seraient indispensables à la protection de nos intérêts vitaux. Si nous devions utiliser notre arsenal, aucun État, si puissant soit-il, ne pourrait s'y soustraire. Aucun, si vaste soit-il, ne s'en remettrait. Un seul de nos sous-marins, tel que celui derrière moi, emporte avec lui une puissance de frappe qui équivaut à la somme de toutes les bombes tombées en Europe pendant la Seconde Guerre mondiale. C'est près de 1000 fois la puissance des premières bombes nucléaires. C'est donc un discours de puissance assumée au service de la paix que je viens vous tenir aujourd'hui. Et cette puissance, vous le savez mieux que quiconque, ne vient pas sans effort. Le maintien de la crédibilité de cet outil est le fruit de décisions importantes prises ces dernières décennies et accélérées ces dernières années. Les 3 décennies d'après la guerre froide nous avaient offert cette parenthèse de l'histoire où nous bénéficions de l'affaiblissement de nos adversaires et de l'empathie assurée de nos alliés. En conséquence, nous avions progressivement renoncé à la composante terrestre de notre dissuasion et nos arsenaux avaient décru. Ces temps pourtant si proches semblent déjà lointains. Dès 2017, j'ai pris acte de la fin des dividendes de la paix. Je me suis employé à assurer le renouvellement de tous nos moyens pour les prochaines décennies. Nos futurs sous-marins stratégiques ont été mis en chantier. Ceux qui assurent avec vaillance une présence permanente à la mer depuis 1972 verront donc la 3e génération prendre la mer, ici même, à l'île Longue. Les premières découpes de l'acier qui façonnera les coques de ces nouveaux sous-marins ont commencé il y a plusieurs mois à Cherbourg. Je tiens ici à féliciter les acteurs militaires, industriels, scientifiques qui œuvrent à ce succès. Très peu de nations dans notre monde sont capables de construire de tels sous-marins nucléaires, prodiges inégalés de technologie, aussi discrets que performants, capables de frapper en tout point nos agresseurs potentiels. Dans la tradition qui préside au baptême de nos sous-marins, j'ai ainsi aujourd'hui l'insigne honneur de vous annoncer que le futur sous-marin nucléaire lanceur d'engins qui battra pavillon français se nommera l'Invincible et naviguera en 2036. La même rigueur s'est appliquée au renouvellement intégral des autres domaines de la dissuasion. Nous disposons, depuis quelques mois, du nouveau missile M51.3 sur nos SNLE et d'une nouvelle tête nucléaire océanique optimisée pour pénétrer toutes les défenses. Notre force aérienne stratégique et la force aéronavale nucléaire ont vu leurs missiles de croisière nucléaire rénovés. Et nous allons lancer cette année le très ambitieux programme de missiles stratégiques hypersoniques et manœuvrants qui équipera nos avions de combat et le futur porte-avions dans la prochaine décennie. Notre programme national Tritium a été consolidé, nous assurant de notre capacité à poursuivre la production d'armes nucléaires en totale indépendance et autosuffisance. Notre réarmement, vous le voyez, engagé depuis presque 10 ans, porte donc ses fruits. Vous en voyez certains effets ici même, et l'effort se poursuivra bien sûr symétriquement sur le volet conventionnel. Et pourtant, le contexte que j'ai évoqué au début de mon propos m'amène à une conclusion claire. Nous ne pouvons pas nous satisfaire de la trajectoire actuelle. Et je dois à la nation, pour aujourd'hui, mais aussi pour l'avenir, l'assurance absolue que notre dissuasion demeurera crédible et qu'au moment des circonstances extrêmes, elle nous soustraira à tout chantage et toute capitulation. L'évolution des défenses de nos compétiteurs, l'émergence de puissances régionales, la possibilité de coordination entre adversaires et les risques liés à la prolifération, tout cela, après un examen minutieux, m'a conduit à cette conclusion. Un rehaussement de notre arsenal est indispensable. Il ne s'agit pas ici d'entrer dans une quelconque course aux armements. Cela n'a jamais été notre doctrine. Il serait inutile de prétendre entrer dans une coûteuse surenchère. L'essentiel, comme je le disais, est que tout adversaire ou toute combinaison d'adversaires ne puisse entrevoir la possibilité d'une quelconque frappe à l'encontre de la France sans la certitude de se voir infliger des dommages dont il ne se relèverait pas. Il n'est point besoin de symétrie des arsenaux pour cela. Notre doctrine refuse donc l'idée de riposte nucléaire graduée. L'armement nucléaire français est stratégique et exclusivement stratégique, car il s'agit bien d'armes d'une toute autre nature que celles dont on pourrait user sur un champ de bataille. La France, depuis le président François Mitterrand, a ainsi abandonné tout concept d'emploi tactique des armes nucléaires. Et nous n'y reviendrons pas. Dans cette optique d'asymétrie assumée, la France a toujours envisagé pour son arsenal les seuils strictement cohérents avec l'efficacité opérationnelle de notre dissuasion. Ma responsabilité est d'assurer que notre dissuasion conserve et qu'elle conservera à l'avenir son pouvoir de destruction assuré dans l'environnement dangereux, mouvant et proliférant que je viens de rappeler. C'est pourquoi j'ai ordonné d'augmenter le nombre de têtes nucléaires de notre arsenal. Pour couper court à toute spéculation, nous ne communiquerons plus sur les chiffres de notre arsenal nucléaire, contrairement à ce qui avait pu être le cas par le passé. Pour être libre donc, il faut être craint. Et pour être craint, il faut être puissant. Cette augmentation de notre arsenal en témoigne. Mais pour être puissant, et c'est le deuxième temps de mon propos aujourd'hui, il faut être plus unis. Et c'est d'Europe que je vais vous parler à présent. Notre sécurité ne s'est jamais conçue dans les seules limites de notre territoire, au plan conventionnel comme au plan nucléaire. C'est un fait évident de la géographie qui est là et qu'on ne peut négocier. J'ajouterai d'ailleurs, aujourd'hui plus que jamais, l'indépendance ne peut être la solitude. Dans le domaine nucléaire, cela a été reconnu par tous mes prédécesseurs sans distinction. Mais aujourd'hui, les conditions sont désormais véritablement réunies pour en tirer les conséquences concrètes. Pour expliquer ce point, permettez-moi de m'attarder un instant sur un élément central de notre doctrine nucléaire, les intérêts vitaux de la nation. La dissuasion nucléaire française a vocation à dissuader tout État de s'en prendre à nos intérêts vitaux. Quels sont-ils? Nous ne les avons jamais énoncés précisément, à dessein. Nos lignes rouges ne sont pas lisibles. Elles ne sauraient l'être. À coup sûr, pourtant, nos intérêts, s'ils couvrent le territoire hexagonal et ultramarin, ne peuvent se confondre avec le seul tracé de nos frontières nationales. Peut-on envisager que la survie de nos partenaires les plus proches soit mise en jeu sans que cela affecte nos intérêts vitaux? Ou à l'inverse, qu'une menace extrême en Europe ne concerne que nous-mêmes? Pour ces raisons fondamentales, les présidents successifs ont évoqué la dimension européenne des intérêts vitaux de la France. En février 2020, j'avais réitéré l'offre de tous mes prédécesseurs, depuis le président François Mitterrand, d'un dialogue avec les pays européens qui seraient désireux d'approfondir avec nous cette dimension. J'avais même proposé d'associer ces pays à des exercices de notre dissuasion. 6 ans plus tard, nous sommes dans un autre univers stratégique. Nous devons passer à une toute autre étape et formuler pour notre époque ce dont le général de Gaulle avait déjà l'intuition. Je crois pouvoir affirmer que nos partenaires y sont prêts. Nous avons d'abord resserré, en juillet dernier, les liens avec le Royaume-Uni, partenaire majeur et puissance nucléaire indépendante avec laquelle nous reconnaissons depuis 1995 qu'il n'y a pas de situation engageant les intérêts vitaux de l'une sans que ceux de l'autre ne soient affectés. Nous avons renforcé nos coopérations nucléaires bilatérales, affirmé notre solidarité commune avec les Européens et ouvert la possibilité d'une coordination de nos dissuasions respectives. Dès cet hiver, de hauts responsables britanniques ont assisté pour la première fois depuis l'existence de notre dissuasion à l'un des exercices de nos forces aériennes stratégiques. Mais notre ambition doit être plus grande, car c'est la sécurité du continent, la nôtre, qui est en jeu pour l'avenir. Des contacts ont été pris avec un premier groupe d'alliés, à commencer, bien entendu, par notre partenaire essentiel, l'Allemagne. Ils ont répondu favorablement à l'offre de la France. Aujourd'hui, une nouvelle étape de la dissuasion française peut donc se concrétiser. Nous entrons sur le chemin de ce que j'appellerais la dissuasion avancée. Je préfère le dire tout de suite, il n'y aura aucun partage de la décision ultime, ni de sa planification, ni de sa mise en œuvre. En vertu de notre Constitution, elle appartient au seul président de la République, comptable devant le peuple français. En conséquence, il n'y aura pas non plus de partage de la définition des intérêts vitaux, qui restera d'appréciation souveraine pour notre pays. Et pour cette raison, comme dans les autres alliances nucléaires, y compris lorsqu'elles ont des plans et des procédures, il n'y aura pas de garantie au sens strict du terme. Une garantie rigide d'ailleurs serait imprudente. Elle abaisserait le seuil nucléaire et réduirait d'autant l'incertitude de nos adversaires. Avec la dissuasion avancée, notre doctrine conservera ses fondations originelles. Son caractère strictement défensif, le refus de la bataille nucléaire, la rupture totale et assumée entre le conventionnel et le nucléaire. Il en va de même pour l'opportunité d'un avertissement nucléaire unique et non renouvelable. Il sera toujours décidé à la seule discrétion de la France pour signifier très concrètement que le conflit vient de changer de nature et que la France entend par ce moyen préserver une ultime chance de rétablir la dissuasion. La France assumera donc toujours seule, en intégrant à sa réflexion les intérêts de nos alliés, le franchissement délibéré du seuil nucléaire. La dissuasion avancée est une démarche progressive. Elle offre la possibilité pour les partenaires de participer aux exercices de la dissuasion, tout d'abord. Cela pourra impliquer également du signalement, y compris au-delà de nos frontières strictes, ou la participation conventionnelle de forces alliées à nos activités nucléaires. Elle pourra enfin prévoir le déploiement de circonstances, d'éléments de force stratégiques chez nos alliés. Et de la même façon que nos sous-marins stratégiques se diluent naturellement dans les océans, garantissant une capacité permanente de frappe, nos forces aériennes stratégiques pourront ainsi se disséminer dans la profondeur du continent européen. Cette dispersion sur le territoire européen, à la manière d'un archipel de forces, compliquera le calcul de nos adversaires et donnera à cette dissuasion avancée beaucoup de valeur pour nous. Elle renforcera notre défense en lui accordant du champ. Elle lui offrira une profondeur stratégique nouvelle, cohérente des enjeux de sécurité en Europe. Sa valeur sera, je le crois, très forte aussi pour les partenaires qui entreront dans cette logique avec nous et dont le territoire gagnera un lien affirmé avec notre dissuasion. Il a été clair, dès le début, pour nous et pour nos partenaires, que cet effort viendrait en plus de la mission nucléaire de l'OTAN, à laquelle, je le rappelle, nous ne prenons pas part. La dissuasion avancée que nous proposons est un effort distinct qui a sa valeur propre et qui est parfaitement complémentaire de celui de l'OTAN au plan stratégique comme au plan technique. Le travail que nous avons entamé sur ce projet avec les Européens s'est fait en pleine transparence avec les États-Unis d'Amérique et en coordination étroite avec le Royaume-Uni. Que les alliés, qui nous ont témoigné leur confiance en travaillant intensément à ces futurs partenariats, dans le respect de nos obligations internationales et tout particulièrement du traité sur la non-prolifération des armes nucléaires, en soient ici aujourd'hui remerciés. L'Allemagne sera un partenaire clé de cet effort, naturellement, le plus ambitieux dans l'esprit du traité d'Aix-la-Chapelle. Les premières étapes de la coopération commenceront dès cette année et pourront inclure des visites de sites stratégiques et des exercices conjoints. Dès à présent, d'autres pays ont accepté ce dialogue. Et au-delà de nos partenaires et amis britanniques et allemands déjà évoqués, la Pologne, les Pays-Bas, la Belgique, la Grèce, la Suède et le Danemark s'y joindront. C'est une véritable convergence stratégique entre nos pays, de nature à donner une réelle profondeur à la défense de notre continent. Les discussions sont aussi ouvertes avec plusieurs autres pays, se poursuivront dans les semaines et les mois à venir. À l'image de ce que nous avons mis en place avec le Royaume-Uni, des organes d'échange au niveau politique vont être créés avec chacun de ces pays dès les prochains jours. Cela suppose un travail commun sur la menace et le renseignement, des moyens de communication spécifiques, une organisation, mais aussi une compréhension commune des ressorts de l'escalade et de comment y faire face, en particulier dans sa phase conventionnelle. C'est pourquoi aussi la démarche de la dissuasion avancée, de par sa nature, accroît notre protection et celle de nos partenaires. De la même manière que la France crée pour les adversaires de l'Europe de nouveaux dilemmes stratégiques à travers cette dissuasion avancée, nos partenaires contribuent en retour à la sécurité collective et donc à celle de la France. C'est la nature même de l'épaulement stratégique. L'expérience des dernières années montre bien qu'il y a au moins 3 domaines où notre Europe, si elle devait faire face à une escalade et la gérer sous le seuil nucléaire, bénéficierait de nouveaux moyens collectifs. L'alerte avancée, donc la capacité par une combinaison de satellites et de radars de détecter et de suivre les missiles qui pourraient nous viser. La maîtrise de notre ciel avec la défense aérienne élargie et les protections antimissiles et antidrones. Et enfin, les capacités de frappe dans la grande profondeur. En entrant avec nous dans cet épaulement réciproque, les pays partenaires peuvent aider à renforcer les capacités de l'Europe dans ces 3 domaines. Ce serait une juste répartition des efforts. Et la France y sera donc clairement gagnante. D'ores et déjà, les projets avancent et nous continuerons de forcer le pas. Pour ce qui est de l'alerte avancée d'abord, le programme Jewel donnera des capacités souveraines aux Européens pour détecter depuis l'espace les missiles qui les viseraient. Pour ce qui est de la défense aérienne, le système SAMTE-NG offrira des performances de premier rang mondial. Déjà, le Danemark et l'Ukraine en ont annoncé l'acquisition. Pour ce qui est de la frappe dans la profondeur, l'Allemagne, le Royaume-Uni et la France, dans le cadre de notre initiative dite ELSA, vont travailler ensemble à des projets de missiles de très longue portée. Cela nous donnera de nouvelles options pour gérer conventionnellement l'escalade, à l'heure où les adversaires déploient technologies et armements nouveaux. À mesure que s'intensifiera le partenariat, d'autres projets
الساعة 6 اللي هنا عند عدان. هلا على الساعة 6 بحنا حالي ما في شيء بحنا حالي ايه ماشي هلا بعد شوي يمكن ينزل على الضاح يسوي وضعه يا حويشتي هذا عبد البيت عبد البيت بحكي معاه على راسي يا ضيف والله على راسي انترنت 44 جيجا ايه لا هلا على الساعة 6 إذا ما صار شيء ألف الله إذا ما في شيء هلا للساعة 6 يلا كنا الليل وجبنا معهم خير سمعت لك وجبنا دجاج وصلوا ما نزلوا اثنين بخت طويل اثنين بخت عجعجي يا اخي بوبو وعنب بوبو هيك لي سردين هو بقول لك بطعم منه بوبو عجعوجي ايه مازن بقول لك بطعم منه
يا حبيب لانه انا رحت زمطت عندك يلا اجلك على الحمام ضرب الشمس طيب
كلام قليل الادب عم يطلع على الهواء عكروت وعجعوجه شو هاد؟
انت بجد؟
استر على الدخول
مصطفى اللغه يا حبيبي اللغه على الهواء
تماما على اللايف
انت كنت عم تحكي هلا
اللغه الحلوه
اللغه الحلوه
نضيف
كل
اضاف يا
المشاهدين
اضاف
تسمع الحديث الطيب
حلو
طيب شو الوضع الفوكس في الزمن اجباري لانه كانت الشمس عم تضرب اللانس فعم ماشي بس هلا كله رواق يلا يلا ماشي
اديني شوي ماي.
عم بحكي بشغلة أنا يا زلمة من موترتني أنت عم تحكي شيء ثاني. بس ليك إذا البطاطا إذا في ضمنها بدل الكاتشب واحدة بس في ضمنها بدل الكاتشب باربيكيو البيبسي ما تجيب هون في واحد بيبسي أحسن طبعا أنا ما عندي فكرة بيبسي البطاطا شو ما بدك بدل الكاتشب بدل الكاتشب حط لي بس باربيكيو 30 صار 29.
طالع معايا باللايف.
طالع معه باللايف. انا طالع معك باللايف؟
هو طالع معايا.
لا اصلا ماشي الحال. كنا طالعين مع رويترز تعملوا لايف، شافوني الاجانب. اكثر من هيك حيموتوا علي النسوان. كله حافظ على الدفن ضد مرة المشاهدين الكرام، يعني لازم نوافيكم الضحية الجنوبية في تخطيط مستقبل الأحداث التي عاشها لبنان منذ الليل البارحة. تحديدا بدأت الغارات الإسرائيلية على بيروت والقرى الجنوب عند الساعة 3:15 من الليل البارحة، يعني منتصف الليل. هذه الغارات كانت عنيفة جدا ومدوية تحديدا على الضاحية الجنوبية التي طالتها الغارات دون أي إنذارات مسبقة كما عودنا جيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي. أيضا هذا اليوم كان حافل بالإنذارات، يعني بحدود 53 قذيفة من الجنود تم إنذارها قبل البدء بقصفها. يعني الجنوب وبيروت عاشت لحظات مرعبة. حالة النزوح كانت كبيرة جدا من الضاحية الجنوبية إضافة إلى قرى الجنوب. شهدنا ازدحام على الطرقات العامة على يعني تحديدا الاوتوستراد الجنوبي اتجاه بيروت. يعني أيضا شهدنا على مناشدات من المواطنين بتدخل من القوى الأمنية لتسيير أمور المواطنين القانطين على الطرقات. من الجانب الرسمي أو من الناحية الرسمية للدولة اللبنانية، عقد اجتماع للحكومة اللبنانية في قصر عقد بعد الدعوة من رئيس الحكومة اللبنانية نواف سلام لبحث الأوضاع الطارئة التي هزت لبنان بعد قيام حزب الله بعملية عسكرية استهدف فيها شمال إسرائيل ليلة البارحة بشكل مفاجئ. يعني هذا العمل فاجأ لبنان الرسمي وجميع المواطنين، يعني خلافا لما أشيع في الأيام الماضية عن ضمانات من السياسيين اللبنانيين والقادة اللبنانيين بأن حزب الله لن يشارك في أي عملية عسكرية ضد إسرائيل أو القيام بأي عمل عسكري. يعني بعد ساعة تقريبا من العملية التي قام بها حزب الله، يعني نزل بيان اعتبر فيه أن ما قام به هو دفاع عن لبنان وثأر لمقتل المرشد الأعلى علي الخامنئي في طهران. خليني أترك المشهد لعدسة الكاميرا. يعني أيضا شهد هذا اليوم غارات عنيفة على الضاحية الجنوبية ببيروت وتحديدا الجيش الإسرائيلي تجاوز
long-standing position of success.
Rebuild our country.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I do pay tribute to the amazing people that work across our colleges and in further education, including Hartlepool College, and I look forward to being in Hartlepool very soon with my humble friend to see that at first hand.
Let the front benches change over. Right, we come to the statement. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will update the House on the situation in Iran and the wider region and our response. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom was not involved in the initial strikes on Iran by the US and Israel. That decision was deliberate. We believe that the best way forward for the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon and ceases its destabilising activity across the region. That has been the long-standing position of successive British governments. President Trump has expressed his disagreement with our decision not to get involved in the initial strikes. But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests, and our allies, and it cannot be ignored. Iran has lashed out across the region. They've launched hundreds of missiles and thousands of drones at countries which did not attack them, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq, Bahrain, and Oman. And overnight, Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon, launched attacks on Israel, seeking to escalate the war. Mr. Speaker, there are an estimated 300,000 British citizens in the regions, residents, families on holiday, and those in transit. Iran has hit airports and hotels where British citizens are staying. It is deeply concerning for the whole House and the whole country. And, Mr. Speaker, our armed forces are also being put at risk by Iran's actions. On Saturday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain with missiles and drones. There were 300 British personnel on the base, some within a few hundred yards of the strike. Last night, a drone hit RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. There were no casualties in this strike. Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to say that our bases in Cyprus are not being used by US bombers. The security of our friends and partners in Cyprus is of critical importance. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. The strike on RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus was not in response to any decision that we have taken. In our assessment, the drone was launched prior to our announcement. Iran's aggression towards Britain and our interests is long-standing, and that's why we've always ensured that protections for British bases and personnel are at their highest level. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the death of the Supreme Leader will not stop Iran from launching these strikes. In fact, their approach is becoming even more reckless and more dangerous to civilians. They are working ruthlessly and deliberately through a plan to strike not only military targets, but also economic targets in the region, with no regard for civilian casualties. That is the situation we face today, and to which we must respond. Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking to our Gulf partners over the weekend. They're outraged by Iran's acts, particularly as they played no part in any strikes, and they've asked us to do more to defend them. Moreover, it is my duty, the highest duty of my office, to protect British lives. That is why we put British jets in the air, Typhoons and F-35s, as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes, including, Mr. Speaker, taking out one drone that was heading towards a coalition base in Iraq, housing UK service personnel. I want to pay tribute to our brilliant servicemen and women, putting themselves in harm's way to keep others safe. And I know the whole House will join me in expressing our gratitude and our respect. But, Mr. Speaker, it is simply not possible to shoot down every Iranian missile and every drone after they've been launched. The only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source, in their storage depots or at the launchers. The US requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose because they had the capabilities to do so. Yesterday evening, we took the decision to accept that new request in order to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved. To be clear, the use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We are not joining the US and Israeli offensive strikes. The basis for our decision is the collective self-defense of long-standing friends and allies and protecting British lives. It is in accordance with international law, and we've produced a summary of our legal advice, which clearly sets this out. We will keep the decision under review. Mr. Speaker, we are not joining the strikes, but we will continue our defensive actions in the region. France and Germany are also prepared to enable US action to destroy Iran's capability to fire missiles and drones from source. I've been in close contact with President Macron and Chancellor Merz in recent days, as well as President Trump and leaders across the region to that end. Mr. Speaker, be in no doubt, the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. In January, they murdered thousands of their own people, the full horror of which is still hidden from the world. For decades, they have sought to destabilize the region and export terror around the world. Their proxies in Yemen have targeted British ships in the Red Sea. They've facilitated Russia's attacks in Ukraine. The regime's tentacles have even reached these shores, posing a direct threat to Iranian dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, Iran has backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil, each of which, Mr. Speaker, we have foiled. So it's clear the Iranian regime must never be allowed to get their hands on nuclear weapons. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. And ultimately, this will have to be achieved at the negotiating table. Mr. Speaker, in this dangerous moment, our first thoughts are with our citizens in the region, friends, family members, and constituents. I recognise the deep concern that the situation is causing for those involved and for communities across the country. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support, and to monitor the Home Office travel advice, which is being regularly updated. Across much of the region, airspace remains closed, and local authorities are advising individuals to shelter in place. The situation on the ground may remain challenging for some time, so we're sending rapid deployment teams to the region to support our British nationals on the ground. And we're in close contact with the travel industry and governments in the region, including with our friends in the UAE, given the concentration of British nationals in that country. And we're looking at all options to support our people. We want to ensure that they can return home as swiftly and safely as possible. The FCDO phone lines are open to provide consular support, and ministers are available to meet MPs to discuss any individual cases. Mr. Speaker, we're also reaching out to communities across the United Kingdom, including Muslim and Jewish community organisations, and we're making sure that sites across the country, including places of worship, have appropriate protective security in place. Mr. Speaker, the situation in the region is developing rapidly, so we will continue to update the House in coming days. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken recently about the toll that global events are taking here at home. They come crashing into our lives with ever greater frequency, hitting our economy, driving up prices on the supermarket shelves or at the pump, dividing communities, bringing anxiety and fear. That's why how we operate on the world stage matters so much. Mr. Speaker, we all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. Any UK actions must always have a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. I say again, we were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But in the face of Iran's barrage of missiles and drones, we will protect our people in the region and support the collective self-defence of our allies, because that is our duty to the British people. It is the best way to eliminate the urgent threat, to prevent the situation spiralling further, and support a return to diplomacy. It is the best way to protect British interests and British lives. That is what this government is doing, and I commend this statement to the House.
Leader of the Opposition, Kevin Bednall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement and for the security briefing I received earlier. This is a defining moment for the people of Iran, the wider Middle East, and the world order. I know that hundreds of thousands of British people still in the region, many sheltering from drone attacks, are fearful about making it home. I agree with the Prime Minister that everyone in the region should follow FCDO advice and register their presence with the British Embassy. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether he is making contingency plans for a potential evacuation of UK citizens and what stage the operational planning is at? Let me also, Mr. Speaker, pay tribute to our brave service personnel stationed in British bases in the region. I know that this will be an anxious time for them and their families. They all have our support. Mr. Speaker, we stand in solidarity with our allies, including Bahrain, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, who along with others have been on the receiving end of unprovoked aggression. On Saturday, our allies, the United States and Israel, took targeted action against the Iranian regime, a regime which for decades has been brutally repressing its own citizens, whose leader had the blood of hundreds of thousands of Iranians on his hands and of countless others around the world killed by Iranian proxies. This regime is the world's foremost sponsor of international terrorism. It seeks to annihilate the world's only Jewish state. It has said so repeatedly, and we should take despots at their word. It is a regime whose apparatchiks chant death to Britain. It has attacked British nationals and conducted multiple plots on British soil, as the head of MI5 has warned. It is manufacturing drones en masse for Russia, drones which are raining down on innocent Ukrainians, and it continues to try to develop nuclear weapons in flagrant violation of international agreement, nuclear weapons which, if obtained, would be an existential threat for this country. The outcome of Ayatollah Khamenei's death will, we hope, be a safer Middle East and a safer world, with the future of Iran back in the hands of the Iranian people. But that outcome is not yet guaranteed. On Saturday, our allies in Canada and Australia immediately backed the action taken by America against this despotic regime in Tehran. And I have made it very clear that the Conservative Party also stands behind America taking this necessary action against state-sponsored terror. But over the weekend, statements from the government and the Prime Minister provided no such clarity. It was only last night that the Prime Minister finally told us that the government would allow our allies the use of our own air bases, despite it being obvious that UK interests were under imminent threat. It took Iranian missiles hitting allies in the Gulf before he finally made a decision. And even after that, the Foreign Secretary said this morning that the government has put limits on the actions of our allies operating from our bases. Unbelievably, in his statement today, the Prime Minister still cannot say whether he backs the strikes or not. Today, the President of the United States has taken the extraordinary step of rebuking the Prime Minister publicly, saying he took far too long to grant access. We are told that this dither and delay is because of concerns over international law, but I am afraid that explanation simply does not hold. International law didn't prevent our allies from clearly and unequivocally stating whose side they were on. You don't need international law to say whose side you're on. It has not prevented British governments in the past from supporting strikes which we knew to be right. As the Shadow Attorney General has said, if the doctrines of international law are unable to restrain Iranian terrorism and mass murder, if they tie the hands of democracies while forcing us to stand and watch Iranian atrocities, international law will have failed. It will have become a fundamentally immoral system of law. Why is it that under this Prime Minister, international law always seems to be at odds with our national interest? Why is it that we are giving away, why is it that we are giving away the Chagos Islands and paying £35 billion for the privilege rather than standing up for our national interest and protecting the crucial military base which even now our allies are using? We in this House are elected to stand up for Britain's national interest, and where the government is doing the right thing, we will always back them. So let me reiterate our offer that if the government brings forward legislation to fast-track banning the IRGC, we will support them. But let me ask the Prime Minister, what national interest was served by refusing to help our allies for so long, particularly when we so need American support to protect Ukraine's and Europe's security? Are we going to see new UK military capabilities deployed to protect our security partners, our bases, including in Cyprus, and British nationals in the region? And will the Prime Minister ensure the Chancellor uses the spring statement tomorrow to set Britain on a clear path to 3% of GDP on defence spending? There is no point wanting action to make the world a safer place, but being too scared to do anything except stand by and watch others. Mr. Speaker, our national interest and national security must be front and centre. The Conservative Party will always work with our allies to make the world a safer place.
Mr. Speaker, she asked about contingency plans for UK nationals, and I can assure her in the House we're working at speed with our partners in the region to take whatever measures we can to make sure that our people can return as safely and as swiftly as possible, and will continue to do so. And I'm happy to update her and the House as we roll out those plans. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. There were two distinct and separate decisions over the weekend. The first decision was whether or not the United Kingdom should join the US-Israel offensive against Iran. We took the decision that we should not. We should not.
Absolutely right.
The second decision was a separate decision and actually a separate request from the US, which was whether we should permit the use of bases for the distinct, specific, defensive purpose of collective self-defence of our allies and to protect British lives, which were put at risk by the actions of Iran on Saturday and Sunday. We took the decision that we should do so. I am clear in my mind that any UK action must always have a lawful basis. It must also always have a viable and thought-through plan.
Yes.
And it must be in our national interests.
Yes.
The Leader of the Opposition, I think, is saying she would have joined the initial strikes whether they were lawful or not. I noticed she didn't say the Shadow Attorney General said they would have been lawful, just that the law should be changed.
Yes.
And I think she said they would have joined the initial strikes without regard to whether they had a plan. She was very critical of us not joining sooner. Therefore, it's impossible to have that position without arguing that we should and we could have joined. I fundamentally disagree. Mr. Speaker, I will tell the House why. Where our military personnel take action, putting their lives at risk, it is our duty, my duty, to ensure they have a lawful basis.
Yeah.
On Saturday, we deployed UK pilots into the sky in the region, and they've been working there ever since. They deserve to know that their actions are lawful and there is a viable, thought-through plan. And I will not countenance committing our military personnel to action which doesn't have a lawful basis. That is not a fair thing to do to our serving personnel. And no UK Prime Minister has ever committed our personnel to action unless it's got a proper lawful basis.
With this select committee, Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Although the attack on Iran by the US and Israel was ill-advised, ill-judged and illegal, it is absolutely no excuse for the Iranians to recklessly bombard its Gulf neighbours. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, is he in a position to give us more details on what we're doing with our Ukrainian friends to support the collective self-defence of Arab nations against the Iranian Shahed drones that are causing so much damage in Ukraine and now in the Gulf?
Can I thank her for that question, because it is an important question. Ukraine, sadly, has more expertise than anyone in dealing with drones, and that's why we're putting their expertise and our expertise together and using it to help our allies in the region as they struggle with drones as we speak.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement for my security briefing. Once again, President Trump has launched a unilateral and unlawful act. Ayatollah Khamenei was a brutal dictator and a monstrous war criminal. He supported Hamas and the October the 7th atrocities, and he massacred thousands of his own people for daring to protest against decades of repression. I shed no tears for him. But instead I think of all the innocent Iranian civilians who have lost their lives. I think of the US service personnel killed in action, our allies and partners in the region who are being outrageously targeted by Iran, and our British bases which have already faced attack. They did not choose this war. Donald Trump did, and he will bear responsibility for it. We have seen before what happens when an American president launches an illegal war with no idea how or when it is going to end, and we fear for what comes next. So in discussions with the White House, has the Prime Minister demanded to find out what Trump's plan is for what comes next? Does the Prime Minister understand that when he fails to stand up to Trump, especially when he breaks international law, it makes our country less safe? And how will the Prime Minister be sure that defensive operations from UK bases will not become offensive? And in rightly protecting our allies in the region, can we be assured by the Prime Minister that he won't follow Trump's lead down a slippery slope into a protracted conflict? And finally, Mr. Speaker, we rightly expect our brave armed forces to protect British citizens around the world in crises like this. But that includes tax exiles like Isabel Oakeshott and washed-up old footballers who mock ordinary people who stay in the UK and pay our taxes here. So as we protect them, does the Prime Minister agree that it is only right for tax exiles to start paying taxes to fund our armed forces just like the rest of us do?
Well, can I thank you for his question and agree that the response of Iran has been outrageous, particularly hitting countries which played no part in the strikes on them. We have had extensive discussions with the United States at all levels, including a military-to-military level, continually over the course of the weekend. We deliberately took the decision not to join the offensive strikes that were carried out by the US and Israel. We did take the decision to take defensive action, firstly ourselves on Saturday with putting pilots in the sky, and secondly by allowing the bases to be used for purely defensive reasons. And we clearly set out the legal basis upon which we took the second of those decisions. And in relation to the limits, they are limited to defence, and that is the base upon which we've agreed the basing. In relation to his last point, I want to be clear that it is my duty, our duty, to protect all UK nationals in the region, and we will endeavour to do everything we can in order to do so.
Chair of the Defence Select Committee, Tammanji Singh Desai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Iranian regime, including its late leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, are of course no friends of our country, but I thank the Prime Minister for clarifying that the UK had no involvement in the Israeli and US strikes on Iran. And indeed, my heartfelt condolences to all those who have sadly lost loved ones in the region thus far. And I'm extremely concerned about the safety of the millions of people in the region, including the thousands of Brits who are living there and currently stranded there. So can the Prime Minister please confirm what steps are being taken to ensure their safety, especially from the one-way attack drones? What steps are being taken to help evacuate those Brits who are stranded and want to come back to the UK? And what steps are being taken with our allies to help de-escalate the situation?
In relation to the protection of our citizens, obviously we're still operating and we will continue operating defensively in the air in the region, taking out the missiles and the drones and the strikes, and we have permitted the US basing specifically for the purpose of taking out Iran's ability to launch the strikes in the first place, and the US has the capability to do that in particular. On the question of our citizens and their desire, understandably, to return home as swiftly and safely as possible, we're doing all that we can, working very closely with our partners in the region, and I would ask all those in the region to register their presence so we can give them the best advice as quickly as possible as to how we can keep them safe and bring them home as quickly as possible.
Father House, Edward Lee.
Whilst many of us believe that we should be guided by the law of national self-interest, not so-called international law, does the Prime Minister agree that we are right to be cautious in this matter, that the British public will warmly support him in defending British people and bases, but they're very sceptical about being dragged into the cesspit of Middle East politics? They remember Iraq, which some of us voted against. They remember all the arguments about weapons of mass destruction. What evidence, actually, is there that Iran was on the cusp of acquiring nuclear weapons? And since when has regime change from the skies ever changed the regime?
Let me thank him for his question. This government does not believe in regime change from the skies, and I thank him for his question. The lessons of history have taught us that it is important when we make decisions like this that we establish there is a lawful basis for what the United Kingdom is doing. That is one of the lessons from Iraq. And that there's a viable, thought-through plan with an objective that can be achieved or has a viable prospect of being achieved. That is the principles that I applied to the decisions that I made over the weekend. They're the principles I applied to the decision not to get involved in the offensive strikes of the US and Israel. They're also the principles I applied separately to the separate decision and a separate request from the US to be able to take defensive action in order to hit the launchers for the missiles that are currently going into allies, countries in the region, and currently threatening our citizens and our service personnel. And I stand by both of those decisions. I repeat, I am not prepared to commit our military service people to action unless I am sure that what they're doing is lawful and has a viable basis. We can discuss what the law is on another occasion, but the law is what it is, and they deserve to know that their Prime Minister cares and pays attention to whether what I'm asking them to do is lawful, and I will always do that.
Diana Abbott, Mother of the House.
The Prime Minister will be aware that very many of our constituents remember the Iraq War. And they will have noted the similarities between this war and the Iraq War, both in the Middle East and both illegal. Of course, this regime, the current regime in Iran, is a horrible regime, violent, murderous, and a threat to international order. But does he accept that our constituents are not prepared to see this country dragged into another war in the nature of the Iraq War?
Can I thank her and assure her that we do need and have learnt the lessons of Iraq, which is why I've been so clear there must be a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. In relation to our nationals, I think everybody and all of our constituents would expect our government to take action to protect British nationals. We have 300 British nationals in the region. They are at risk. We've already seen strikes on hotels and airport hotels where our British nationals have been staying. We've had strikes near military bases within hundreds of yards of our personnel. It's our duty to take the action that we can take and will take to protect them.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Prime Minister has outlined that the Iranians attacked a United Kingdom sovereign base at Akrotiri, why does that not form the basis for legal military action against the Iranians, not just hosting US forces on our bases, but taking direct action at source against the launch of such missiles, as we did in relation to the Iranian proxies, the Houthis, in previous conflicts that he supported? Moreover, given the Iranians' ability to exercise malign influence on the streets of this country, what reassurances can he give the House and the public at large about coordination across our intelligence and security capabilities to address this heightened threat on our streets?
In relation to the second point, can I tell you there is coordination going on for that very reason. As I set out in my statement, there have been 20 Iranian-backed plots to take action on our streets, all of which have been thwarted, and I pay my respect to our security and intelligence services in the work that they do. In relation to the point he makes, there were two separate decisions made over the weekend. We are in the sky taking action defensively on our allies. Among the reasons we agreed to the request from the US yesterday is because they have the capability to take the missile launchers out in Iran, and that is why we gave them the permission to use our bases in order to reduce the threat to our citizens.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has spoken about possibly repatriating British citizens in the region. Can he tell us whether this will be through the MOD, and if so, who will foot the bill? Will it be the MOD, the Treasury, or those who are being repatriated?
We're working across all departments in relation to repatriation, and at the moment we're simply focused on working with our allies to get a plan together to get people out in the first place and to do it as quickly, safely as possible, and there's no intention to charge people for that.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's reaction at the end of last week appeared to many to be both anemic and disappointing and at variance with the other Five Eye nations. Yeah. Will he read the analysis of the shadow attorney, the noble and learned KC Lord Wolfson, which shows not only that British active engagement and support is within international law, but that those who seek to use international law to constrain us in these circumstances have the effect of leaving tyrants and murderers in place to continue perpetrating their vile deeds with impunity? Excellent.
Mr. Speaker, we obviously coordinate with our Five Eyes partners. We were dealing with a specific request to take action. And that was important that we applied the principles that actually have been applied by successive governments, which is to ask the question and get legal advice on the question, is there a lawful basis for what is proposed, and does it have a viable, thought-through plan? It's not a legal question, it's about exposing our military personnel to action that risks their lives, making sure that it is lawful before we ask them to do that. I think that is the duty of the Prime Ministers, and previous Prime Ministers have taken exactly the same approach. I will, of course, read the Shadow Attorney's advice, but I'm very clear in the advice that I received, and I will not commit our military personnel to unlawful action. That is not what they would expect and deserve. They are entitled to better than that.
Donald.
As others have mentioned, from Iraq to Afghanistan to Libya, I think many of us know the way this goes. And there are responsibilities on all of our shoulders. And the Prime Minister is right, there needs to be a plan. Has the US President shared with him or consulted with him on what the plan is? Because from our experience, we know it's easy for politicians to start the war and fire the weapons. It's when the shooting ends, the nightmare begins.
Yes, exactly.
That's why we need clarity of our role as a country, an independent country, not necessarily swayed even by Donald Trump. And can I say to him, when he stood for the leadership of the Labour Party, he very clearly set out that there would be a vote in this House on any decision about military action. Can I ask him to assure us, so that we don't drift into this war as we have in the past, that there will be a vote in this House?
Can I thank him? And he's right to urge caution. History teaches us that. And that is why it's important not only that there's a lawful basis, but there is a plan that is viable and thought through. And obviously, we've had discussions at all levels with the US in relation to that. In relation to the decision I took yesterday, I'm very clear what the lawful basis is and what the plan in relation to the protection of our nationals is. On the question he raises about a vote, that is, of course, a vote on offensive action deploying our troops or military, and that is not this situation.
Carmichael.
You will recall that in 2003, this House voted to support George Bush's war in Iraq, and that 10 years later then we voted against supporting Barack Obama's intervention in Syria. I believed and still believe that on both occasions we made the wrong decision, but it was of critical importance for the political and even the social cohesion of this country that these should be decisions made in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, the people of the United Kingdom will not support an intervention that does not have a clear objective and a clear plan for post-conflict period. Will the Prime Minister be guided by these principles, and will he ensure that this House is given its place in whatever is handed to us in the weeks and months to come?
Well, of course, this House must hold accountability and debate on this issue. But just in relation to the vote, there is no convention for a vote in relation to defensive action, only offensive action. And nor could there be, realistically. Defensive action has to be taken at very swift notice. On Saturday morning, I had to take the decision to deploy our pilots to the sky in order to defend our UK nationals. There is no way we could have waited for a debate or vote in the House. Equally, last night I had to take a decision about the deployment and use of bases, and to do that when it was important to do it as a matter of some urgency. But I agree with him, there must be a full debate in the House, but actually the vote in the House is in relation to deployment of military personnel for offensive action, and that is something I have advocated.
Abdusam Mohammed.
Mr. Speaker, I have constituents and family in the region, all terrified about what may come next. The world is infinitely a more dangerous place today than it was last week. Trump and Netanyahu chose to throw away diplomacy and launch a direct attack on Iran, an attack which, as the Prime Minister has said, can never be justified under international law. Equally, Iran's indiscriminate attacks on airports and hotels across the Gulf are also flagrant violations of sovereignty and clear breaches of international law. Does the Prime Minister recognise that this regime change attempt, like so many others before it, will only result in years of instability and conflict in the region? And what assurances can the Prime Minister give that the UK's involvement will remain in defence and will not turn into full-scale military involvement as we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya?
Can I thank her for her question and be absolutely clear about the basis upon which the request was acceded to yesterday? It was the collective self-defence of our allies and the protection of British nationals. That remains the case. If it changes, I'll of course make a different decision and inform the House, and therefore she can rest assured that that's the basis of the action that we've taken and will remain the basis of the action that we've taken.
Sir Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. British influence in the Middle East is directly linked to the strength of our military and our willingness to use it. When he took office, the Prime Minister rightly increased defence spending, but that sum is now widely thought to be too little and taking too long. So will he unlock the argument between the Treasury and the Ministry of Defence so that this House can always have confidence that we will maintain a military formidable enough to defend our borders, our interests and our values?
Yes, we're working at speed on that, and it's an important point, and it's important that we do so. I would remind the party opposite that they hollowed out our armed forces. It was this government that increased defence spending in the course of this Parliament.
Rogan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, I passed through Dubai Airport, and along with thousands of other people and many of my own constituents, as it turns out, boarded a flight home. Shortly after leaving, we heard the news that this attack had happened. And my immediate thoughts went to the people that were still in the airport, that were then grounded and stuck there, not knowing where to turn or what was going to happen. Now, rather than the blatant aggression and angry sneers that we're seeing from some of the opposition, would the Prime Minister agree that what we need in this situation is calmness and a clear and strategic plan? That is what our constituents want.
And I thank, and I'm sure that's what our constituents do want. Can I also say how concerned I think we all are across the House at the attacks on hotels and airports in particular. These are hotels that British nationals and others are using, and airports, of course, that civilians are using. This is the extent of the strikes by Iran and the reckless disregard for civilian life that comes with the targets they're working through.
Sir Albany.
The people of Iran have suffered decades of atrocities under the rule of an oppressive regime. However, as we've seen from Iraq and from Libya, the removal of an evil head of state without a future plan for governance can lead to countries becoming failed states. So while I welcome the Prime Minister's reluctance to involve the UK in another protracted war in the Middle East, I remain unclear on the government's vision for the region. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, does he want regime change? Have his officials contacted the leading opposition figures, such as Reza Pahlavi, to arrange such contingency plans? Or does he wish to negotiate a diplomatic solution with the current regime?
Mr. Speaker, the immediate plan is obviously to take the necessary measures to protect our nationals. And look, no, I don't think anybody mourns the death of the Supreme Leader. I firmly believe that ultimately the only way forward is a negotiated outcome. Whatever the conflict going on, in the end it will have to end in a negotiated outcome. And that has been the consistent position of both parties for a considerable period of time.
Ollie Billington.
We have rightly been focused on defending and protecting British citizens in the region. Can the Prime Minister confirm, though, that he believes that the future of the Iranian government is a matter for the Iranian people and no one else? And can we, as soon as possible, focus our diplomatic efforts on de-escalation and peace, including identifying allies in a coalition of the willing to bring this to an end?
Can I strongly agree with her that the future for Iran is for the Iranian people, and we must absolutely establish that as a founding principle, and that it is our duty to de-escalate in the region and globally. And of course, it's really important that we're acting with our allies, and that's why I was talking to both the Germans and the French over the course of the weekend on a number of occasions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those of us who were ready to go into Iraq just over 20 years ago, the comparisons between this and that vote are absolutely zero. The reality is nobody is talking about ground troops, nobody is talking about a land invasion. What we're talking about here is striking those targets that are targeting our friends and allies. Now, in the last few hours, we know of over 500 rockets that have struck the United Arab Emirates, and no doubt many have struck bases around the area. Will he be deploying Dauntless and Duncan out to the Gulf right now? They're both at a state of readiness, and I'm sure the Defence Secretary could give that order this afternoon. And perhaps most importantly, what conversations has his honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, had with colleagues in the region? Because we talk about solution in conversation with others. But frankly, at the moment, it looks like there will be conversation with nobody, because these events will be happening without us having any part in them.
Thank you for his question. Nobody is making the comparison with Iraq. There is a question of drawing the lessons from Iraq. And the lessons I draw is that there must be a lawful basis for the action that we take, and there must be a viable plan. On the question of the operational matters, I won't go into that across the dispatch box. As for his point about the Foreign Secretary, at all levels, including the Foreign Secretary, we've been talking intensively to our allies over the last few days, intensively. And they've been extremely grateful for what we've done and the way in which we have engaged. I've spoken personally to all the leaders in the region, so I'm not sure what point he's making about us not being involved. They are very grateful for the way that we've involved, and the Foreign Secretary and the Defence Secretary have worked round the clock in the last few days to ensure that all the necessary conversations are had, as he would expect, and I think he probably knows has been happening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for setting out clearly the reasons why Britain did not join the US and Israel's attacks on Iran? Can I also thank him for ensuring the defence of Britain's Gulf partners and protecting the 300,000 Britons in the region? I agree with him that a negotiated settlement and diplomacy is the best path to peace. Can the Prime Minister outline the role Britain is playing to ensure that the Iranian people are listened to so that they have peace and security ahead, not more war and chaos, not another murderous Iranian regime, and not another US-imposed regime change?
Well, I thank her for her question, and we've been very, very clear in relation to the future of Iran, that it must be for the Iranian people, and that in the end, the question of nuclear weapons will have to be negotiated, and so we will also always ultimately have to get to that point.
Stephen Gaffin.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will understand why the ghosts of Iraq do hang heavy over this chamber at times like this. And on that basis, does he agree with me that the best tribute to the murderers in Tehran and the Iranian regime is a maintenance of an international rules-based system? And more than that, we owe it to the people across the region to learn from the instability that we had in the aftermath of Iraq. And on that basis, will he tell us what is the long-term viable plan?
Thank him for his question, and we do need to learn the lessons of history, and that's why a rules-based system is important. It's also the rules-based system that allows us to make arrangements to get our citizens home and to take other matters in conjunction with other countries. And in relation to the plan on the basis of the decision I took last night, that is to take the necessary measures to protect British nationals, and we're clear that in the end there has to be de-escalation and a return to negotiation.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the PM for his restraint in this operation so far and not heeding the calls from the Leader of the Opposition to get us embroiled in the reckless US and Israeli strikes on Iran. I still remember interventions in the region, colleagues not returning from Afghanistan, friends who were shot down and tortured over Iraq, and the massive destruction that we've seen to civilians. So will the Prime Minister commit to limiting UK personnel to defensive operations to protect our citizens and our allies and not get us further embroiled in this unwise and dangerous war?
Yes, I can, and I can absolutely assure him and the House that there will always be a lawful basis for any actions that we take, and there must be a viable plan for it.
Rebecca Smith.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend I heard from families in my constituency whose loved ones, also my constituents, are amongst the 300 service personnel in Bahrain who are within metres of the Iranian missile strike. Now, given we have known about the US force build-up in the region for some time, why did the activity to decommission HMS Lancaster in Bahrain continue? And I trust this is not an operational question. Will the works be paused and service personnel withdrawn until the threat status has been downgraded?
Well, I thank her for her question. In relation to her constituents, can I ask her, if they haven't already done so, to ask them to register their presence as quickly as possible so that we can give them the necessary advice, because this is about how we get people coming out in the coming days. There are obviously wider questions in the region, but it is very important that we take the necessary measures in the coming days.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Yemen, and now this illegal war on Iran. The reality is, time and time again, we are dragged into conflicts that are illegal, make the region less stable, and result in devastation and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. Have we not learned the lessons from the past? So will the Prime Minister make it clear from that dispatch box, firstly, Britain is not Trump's poodle, and never again will we be a launch pad for illegal and endless wars that have no plan and no end, and will he make it clear that any final decision will be made by this House?
Can I thank him for his question and give him and the House my assurance that I will always act in the British national interest. That's the basis of the two decisions I took this weekend.
Monica Harding.
Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister confirm the exact limits of defensive operations and guarantee that these limits won't change? And will the UK withdraw consent to use our base if there are proof that they are being used to carry out offensive missions by the US?
The basis is collective lawful defence in relation to our allies. The purpose is to take out the ability of Iran to carry out the strikes that are currently being carried out across the region and threatening British nationals, and the actions from our bases will of course be monitored, as she would expect.
Samantha Dibden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, can I associate myself with the comments of the Prime Minister in giving thanks to our brave armed forces who are serving right now? I have constituents in South Derbyshire, and I'm sure we all do across the country, who look at their TV screens and at their social media and see some world leaders who appear reckless, both internationally and domestically, overseeing what looks like state-sponsored murder of people in their own country. So can I thank him for his cool head in this engagement, and can I please implore him to continue exactly as he is, taking all the evidence into account and making decisions that are within the law and putting the interests of our British citizens, both in the countries that are under attack and in the region and at home, first and foremost.
Can I thank her for her question? I've set out the principles on which I've taken the decisions that I've taken this weekend. We keep uppermost in our mind the protection of our citizens and nationals who are in the region. There's 300,000 of them. They are at risk, and it's very important that we do everything we can to keep them safe and secure.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The truth is this dreadful Iranian regime has been a permanent threat to British interests, British citizens, both domestically and abroad, attacking us, they're spreading their extremist ideology. And surely the Prime Minister understands that actually the United States and Israel has done the West a huge, huge favour in degrading the military capability of this terrible regime. And does he not understand that after 10 years of negotiation that have failed, actually the West was left with no alternative? And does he understand also that actually, in refusing to support the US, he has humiliated us on the international stage?
Can I agree with him that the regime is abhorrent for all the reasons that I've already set out? But I think he's saying that because of that, it is perfectly right for a British Prime Minister to deploy and take action which would not be lawful. I simply and fundamentally disagree. I think it's a very important principle when we're talking about our personnel that we ensure that what we're asking them to do, and they're being asked to put their lives at risk, that we ensure that it is lawful. I believe in that fundamentally. I'm surprised if he doesn't.
In his statement, the Prime Minister mentioned the drone attack on RAF Akrotiri and the UK's support for the security of friends and partners in Cyprus. Can he tell us how the UK is coordinating efforts with the Cyprus government to ensure the safety of the whole island, including the bases?
Can I assure him I spoke to the President of Cyprus yesterday, and I'm hoping to speak to him again later today. Can I repeat what I said earlier, because it's important for reasons that he and the House will understand? The bases in Cyprus are not being used and not going to be used by the US. And it's very important. Why not? Because they're not suitable. But it's very important that that is made clear, because the President and I have been discussing that, as he will understand.
John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday, Prime Minister Carney said, Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from threatening international peace and security. Why was our Prime Minister not able to make the same statement? Was Prime Minister Carney wrong?
Look, I'm not trying to pick divisions between our allies on this. I was presented with a different scenario, which is whether we should accede to two requests in relation to action to be taken. That is different, and that requires careful consideration of both the lawful basis and the viable plan. That is the basis on which I took the two decisions that fell to me. Different decisions fall to other Prime Ministers.
Tony Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for his careful response to this issue and his ongoing commitment to the international rule of law. My constituents' parents, Lindsay and Craig Foreman, are currently serving an appalling and unjustified 10-year sentence of imprisonment in Evin prison in Tehran. Other governments have given detailed instructions to their nationals as to what to do if Evin's prison gates were to open and order breaks down. So first of all, will the Prime Minister confirm that a plan covering that situation will be communicated to them to ensure their safety? And secondly, has the government impressed upon the US and Israel the importance of not targeting Evin prison as Israel did last year, given that the lives of 2 British citizens are at stake?
Well, can I thank him for raising this case and assure him that we have been and will continue to take all necessary action to safeguard their interests in relation to this case.
Dr. Ross Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. RAF Fairford is in my constituency of the South Cotswolds. The government has now authorised the US Air Force to use RAF Fairford for defensive operations. Residents have been contacting me today, understandably concerned for their safety, especially given the recent events at RAF Akrotiri. Given that the Prime Minister has pledged to prioritise the safety of UK citizens, what assurance can he offer specifically to the people of Fairford that their safety and security will be fully protected now that UK air bases may be used in operations targeting Iran?
Can I thank her for raising that and assure her and her constituents that all necessary measures are being taken to keep her constituents safe in relation to the use of the base in her constituency. That is a first order priority for us, and that's what we're doing.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is right to be clear that UK military action has to be in line with international law and that we were not involved in Israel and the US's offensive action. He is also right to act to protect British lives and British interests in the face of Iranian attacks. Let me ask the Prime Minister, in rightly drawing lessons from Iraq, does he agree that a failed state in Iran is not in the interests of the UK and not in the interests of the wider Middle East?
No, I mean, we do have to learn the lessons, and collapsing and failed states have historically proved to be worse, so we do have to be careful.
Sir Julian Lewis.
If a missile battery in Iran was continuing to target British bases, would an airstrike against it be offensive or defensive?
Mr. Speaker, I think I've made clear the base of this. The second decision, we have authorised the US to use our bases in order to take out the ability of Iran to make those strikes. That is legal because it's a collective self-defence.
Sir Zan Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, Iran's reckless attacks have fueled further regional instability, putting British peoples at risk, along with our allies across the region. The attacks have naturally caused concern about what they mean for our own national security due to the rising oil prices, the cost of living. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that the UK continue to act decisively in our own national interest, including how these conflicts can impact every household in our country?
Can I thank him for that question? We're very concerned about the wider impact, and that's why it's important that we continue to argue for de-escalation and a return ultimately to negotiation.
Dr. Elicha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My party and I stand with all the brave Iranians who condemn the vile regime in Iran. We also condemn the deeply irresponsible and illegal attack by the US and Israel on Iran, launched in the middle of nuclear negotiations led by Trump